kiln shelf on there and eventually place, I believe, these shards or pieces of colored glass like you see on the front pedestal there. Seems like that's what they were talking about. So we're just using the pipe cooler over there real quick. Again, yeah. We usually blow at the center bench. We start our projects on the side benches, but we move over to the center bench to finish them. And yeah, we're just cooling the pipe real quick before we come over. When we're getting our layers of clear, sometimes we have to stick the pipe a little bit deep inside of the furnace, and that heat starts to build up on the pipe. We want to handle it as close as we can to the glass, so that way we have good leverage against the glass. Because there is a lot of weight in this piece. And that leverage, by the way, I've been told makes the piece feel about 5 times heavier than it actually is. So even if we're only working with something that's like 30, 35 pounds of glass, it ends up feeling so much heavier than that. And each time we get a new layer of clear glass, we always use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We have a variety of sizes, of course, to fit the amount of glass that we need inside of it, but the idea is we want to smooth and even that glass out, and in general it's going to make the bubble blow out very evenly. And we're blowing this out a little bit further at the marver before shaping and cooling the glass on the top of it. And welcome to those who just joined in. We have 2 visiting artists in our hot shop today. We have Justin Parker, who's sitting at the bench, and we have Andi Kovel, who is in the pink shirt closer to the front. They're both going to be working on individual works as well as collaborative works in the hot shop for today and tomorrow. And a lot of these pieces have to do with lighting. People will hire them on to create these large-scale pieces of glass that eventually have bulbs put inside of them or are used for lighting in various ways. And these pieces of glass that we've been making since this morning have been huge pieces. I always emphasize you usually don't see anything this large made in the hot shop, and it can actually be a dangerous amount of glass. So we're blowing this piece out now. We've already cooled down and kept thick the areas that we want to keep a little bit thicker. There's a certain length and width that we need for each of these bubbles, so every once in a while you'll see them checking with these tools to make sure they're getting that size. And to make the piece longer, they hang the bubble down towards the floor, just using gravity to stretch it out. Yeah, both of our visiting artists have over 25 years of experience blowing glass. And then the team that's assisting them on the floor, they each have a ton of experience themselves, most of them between 20 and 30 years of experience. Yeah, a lot of the people you see, they're our resident hot shop team. I got some questions about that earlier. They'll help any visiting artist that comes through. And now for some textural design. So we're heating up a section of the bubble at a time, just a small area, and then we're going to suck out air from inside of the bubble, and that's going to collapse that small section of the wall. And this creates a dimple or a divot on the surface of the piece. So yes, we are quite literally inhaling the air out of the pipe. This pipe works both ways, in and out. So we've already finished this piece. To break it off, we file at that connection and then give the pipe a huge tap, and that pops right off. We torch the end, get rid of some sharpness that might remain, and then we put it away to slowly cool down in our annealer. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Super fast pace. I know it's scary to watch them break the piece off. So the annealer, it's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. It's not exactly a cold box as some people may think, but it will very slowly cool the glass for about 12 hours, maybe longer. This glass could be a little thick, and we will see those pieces again tomorrow. We're just going to continue working down here on the hot shop floor. And let's see our visiting artist artwork up on the screen again, please. So for those who've been more recently joining in and haven't seen this yet, up on the screen we have a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made work. Again, we're seeing a lot of lighting made in the hot shop during the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. So the whole process will start in this large silver box right here called the garage. And could we actually see the color bar slide, please? So there's a slide I want to show off, give you guys a good visual example of how we start working with color. So we get these bars shipped in. The different bars have different metals and metal oxides mixed into just the plain soda lime glass mixture, and then it's melted into these bars and shipped out. We just take sections of these depending on how much we need for that specific project, usually about this much for a bigger piece, and then we melt that down and completely layer it over top of a clear bubble so that we can't really see that clear anymore. So that creates a layer of color within the walls of the piece, and that's the whole process that we're going to see happening, I think mostly over on the right bench. They usually start the projects over on the right. And yeah, we'll see what color they choose for this piece. Thank you. Also, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I know you've all been joining in at different times, and I should probably follow them around and explain the different pieces of equipment they're using real quick. So they are going to soon be grabbing a little bit of clear glass on the end of their pipe, which the clear glass is sitting inside of that tank with the closed door at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit in this large ceramic crucible. So to pick that up, all we do is we heat up the end of our pipe, we just stick it into the glass, and then we turn the pipe, and that gathers up a ball on the end. So I see a bunch of new people have just joined in, so welcome into the hot shop. And I want to share what we have going on real quick for those who just joined in. So first off, we have two visiting artists in the hot shop today. We have Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. Andi is actually working over on the right now. She's the one in the pink shirt. And Justin is in an orange shirt. He's been working at the center bench a ton, blowing out these huge pieces of glass today. It's really exciting to see them work with this amount of glass. It can actually be dangerous to work with this amount of glass, but these guys, they all have about 20 to 30 years of experience that you see on the floor, so they all know what they're doing. And we are seeing some pieces made that are going to eventually be used for lighting. So eventually they'll put light, like a light bulb inside of them and hang them or place them on a wall, however they're going to be using these bubbles. And we will see a variety of work. So far we've just seen one type of piece made, but the artists are going to be working on some collaborative pieces as well as individual pieces, so we will see a variety. So I just want to point out we at the center bench already have a layer of color inside of this glass. You can kind of see it almost floating around inside of the clear glass, or so it appears. But once we start blowing this out more and more, you will only be able to see that thin layer of color. The entire piece is going to appear that layer of color. If you were to look at the cross section of a colored piece of glass, you'd be able to see almost tree-like rings where it's mostly clear glass, layered upon layers of clear, and then just a small layer of color. And up on the screen, we have a pretty good view of this. We've just brought over another solid bit of color. We're dropping this onto the end. And after heating this up, we start pushing it and rolling it against the marver, which is this metal table. And that's going to move that color back, kind of roll it back. It'll start covering up that clear glass. And remember, there is a bubble of air already inside of this. It's just kind of small, I believe. Or if we don't have one now, we will have one soon. You can always tell if we're going to blow a piece out or sculpt it solid, depending on the pipe itself. So this one has a pointed end to it, which means that there's a mouthpiece that we blow inside of. And we're quickly cooling the pipe. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into over there. So immediately after getting a fresh gather of clear glass, so yes, we just got one more layer of clear from inside of the glass furnace, we sit down and we use a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even this out. We're just pushing it around while it's still hot. In this wooden paddle that we're using, we do use these to flatten the glass, especially towards the end of making a piece, like flatten the bottom of a cup or flatten the bottom of a vase. But in the moment, we're just using them to shield the artist's arm and hand from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. So we're just now starting to blow this out a little bit. I haven't really talked about this pad shaped tool in a little while, so I'll point out this is actually just folded up newspaper that we have splashed with a little bit of water, and that is it. That's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass, because the paper conforms to the shape of our hands, and then the glass conforms to the shape of the papers as we go along. And you know, it's interesting, the glass doesn't destroy the papers very much. It's more so the water disintegrating the papers than the glass actually burning anything away. And just a little interesting thing. Again, you can see the two distinct layers of color in our glass. One of them seems to be hovering almost like a mushroom cap, right? We oftentimes will not layer colors on top of each other directly because the different metals can react with each other and change the colors. So if we add white and red together, for some reason it turns this orangey, ambery brown. So we have to separate those specifically. And then a ton of other colors that will react with each other as well. So we've just gathered another layer of clear. We'll sit down and use the block again, that wooden spoon-shaped tool. We do this every single time we get a new layer of glass. Just making this piece bigger and bigger. And then we use the jacks, which are those two metal blades, to squeeze into the glass. We're not quite doing this yet, but usually what we do with these blades is we create a breaking point off the end of the pipe. So this is kind of getting that started, but we're not fully finishing it off quite yet. So just to explain, we use this torch to heat up sections of glass at a time so we can focus heat, just work on one area a little bit more or balance heat out in some cases. But it is running around the same temperature as that open face furnace that we've been using to reheat the glass. So between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And all that equipment that we've been using so far is running off of natural gas. If anyone's curious, we just constantly push that natural gas in. So we've rolled it on the marmer, we've shaped it into a little bit of a longer shape, but at the same time, that metal table is pulling heat out of the glass. It's a really thick slab of stainless steel, so it's going to pull heat out of the glass, make it more immobile. It's not going to blow out as much wherever we've cooled it down. And that helps us control the thickness of the glass throughout the bubble. So we're letting this bubble cool down quite a bit. The area where the glass is connected to the pipe was getting too cold, so they added some extra heat to that. And I'm not exactly sure why we're letting this cool down. We could probably be gathering another layer of clear over just the end of the bubble that they've lengthened, sort of. We'll just have to kind of wait and see. I do know that we're going to be working with some more specialized pieces of glass as well. They had all of these shards of color, like very thick shards of color sitting on this pedestal earlier. I'm not sure if anyone saw those. So we could be waiting to pick those up as well. I know we will be working with them eventually today. So we're definitely going to see something interesting. A couple of the artists have gotten some gloves on, which is telling me they're going to maybe pull out a hot tray or just handle something hot in general that maybe will add to this bubble. So up in the front, we have an annealer that they've been preheating these pieces of glass inside of up to about 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. So you can see those are those large, thick shards of colored glass that I mentioned earlier. So these have been preheated. We still have to make sure they are hot enough to stick to the glass bubbles. So we'll keep them warm and heat them up a little further on the end of this fork or tray. It's okay, our floors are made out of concrete for a reason. So we've gathered another layer of clear. We're smoothing this out using that same pad of newspaper we were using earlier. Now this is a little bit tricky when we're adding smaller pieces of glass that started off solid. We don't want to heat them up so much that they start to melt and stick to the tray, but just enough that they will stick to the bubble. So we're going to roll straight over top of those. Pick up those large pieces of color. Just like that. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work getting that move done. Just really impressive to watch them handle that a large amount of glass. We're using a small hand broom and dusting off any particles that may have stuck to those pieces of glass. Yeah, the two visiting artists that we have today and tomorrow, again, Justin Parker and Andy Kovel. Andy Kovel is the one who's sitting and working at the center bench right now. They are here for such a short residency that we're not exactly going to have some of the things that we'll see during a full residency. So usually we'd have like an artist talk and they talk about their artwork, but instead you've just got me. You're going to get the simple explanations, such as where they're from. Like they're visiting from Portland, Oregon, and they have worked together for many years. I think they started the Esk studio together in 1999, I think I saw, but eventually Justin split ways, so he's doing his own work. So we'll see collaborative and individual work today and tomorrow of both of theirs. So when I was looking at Andy's website, she mentioned that she works a lot on fresh forms, color, and technique when it comes to her glass art. And you could definitely see that taking place with this piece. There's a ton of those pops of color. So it's looking like we may transfer this piece to another pipe. So Ben, he has this pipe with a large round piece of clear glass on the end. And this is going to be attached right to the center of the bottom of the piece, if I'm correct. And that will allow us to break it off with the pipe that it's on right now. So this is what we have to do when we're making cups or bowls or pitchers, anything that is hollow, essentially, we'll usually transfer to another pipe. And then we can open up the other end. So we just brought that pipe over. This is attached right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then to break the piece off from its original pipe, we'll shock that connection, sometimes with the squeeze of a cold metal tool, sometimes with some water, like you just saw Andy apply with the tweezers. And with the tap of the pipe, that pops off. So now we can start focusing more heat on the opposite side of the piece that was previously connected to that other pipe. Now we can start heating it up, opening it up slowly. You saw Andy on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, just lifting the wall up. And I was just asking Justin, our other visiting artist, Justin Parker, what these pieces are going into or what they're for. And some of them, it's kind of mixed. Some of them are personal projects, some of them are commissions, and then some of them are actually going into an exhibition at the Vetri Gallery. It's a pretty popular gallery. I think it's in Seattle. So again, using the jacks on the inside of the piece, it looks like we're opening this up until it's relatively cylindrical. We've been using this wooden paddle to round out the opening of the piece as well. We're pushing against the opening. Also, just to mention or describe something real quick, you may have heard that brief screeching for a moment there, like that. This is because we need to get more wax on those blades. The jacks, those two metal blades, are one of the few tools that we put beeswax on so that they slide across the glass a lot more easily. But other than those few tools, if we have wax on something like tweezers, we're trying to grab the glass and it's just going to slip and slide. So just specifically the jacks, along with a couple others. Also, I know some new people have joined in here and there, so I wanted to share quickly who we have here, what we have going on. Again, we have two visiting artists for today and tomorrow, Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. We have Andi in the pink shirt at the center bench, and then we have Justin over on the right in the orange shirt. And they are working on a variety of projects. They will be working on some commissions, some personal projects, and then also some pieces that will go into an exhibition coming up, I was told, over at Vetri Gallery. And yeah, they've been working together for a long time when it comes to glass. They have, well, specifically now run by Andi, is Esk Studio. Yeah, it looks like we have brought over some more pieces of glass to attach. So I know a lot of you didn't see the process where we picked up those chunks of color, but what we did is we heated up, superheated the outside of the bubble with a fresh layer of clear, and then we rolled over top of an entire tray of them to pick them up on the outside. But now to get some that stick out over the lip, we have to bring some over and attach them by hand. And just to reiterate, everyone on the floor, or most of them, have between 20 and 30 years of experience working with glass, so they're all considered professionals. They really know what they're doing. They make everything look easy, or maybe not difficult. So I get a lot of questions like, are these students? Are these apprentices? Not. They're all professionals. Everyone who comes down onto the floor. We have a lot going on, I know. We're starting the next piece already over on the right bench just to keep things moving and to be really efficient with time. And then we're also heating up those individual chunks of colored glass that we're continuously attaching to the piece. Also, I want to point out again, if anyone has trouble hearing me, I know it's really loud in the hot shop. I do have closed captioning on the screen. And the screen does follow the artist around. Also, just in case you haven't seen them use this fluffy torch very much yet, I wanted to point out we use it to heat up sometimes cold areas of the piece. So in this case, that area around the base, we're not working with it very much, so it's cooling down. And we're heating up that area where it's connected to the pipe and all of those connections, those chunks of glass to the side of the piece. Just making sure they don't get cold enough to pop off. And cold for glass is around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. At that temperature, the glass becomes solid again. So I believe those are all the shards of color that we wanted to attach. So at this point, we start getting ready to break it off and put it away. Again, torching any cold areas or any weak points we have. So especially that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. That pipe pulls a lot of heat out, and it's also the last thing getting into the heat of the furnace. And then eventually we will break this off and put it away. The place that we put this piece away is, I think, going to be on the right wall, that large black box over there. It's called an annealer. And the annealer's job is to very slowly cool the glass down, which prevents thermal shock. And again, this bubble you see over on the right bench, this is a lot like what this piece was in the beginning. Each piece starts as just a small round bubble, and we just build upon that. And then all of the shaping comes after we have all the material we need. So this small handheld torch we're using, I haven't talked a ton about it, but we use this torch to heat up very small sections very quickly. It's really helpful for sculpting or small details. And it can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's because it's running off of propane and oxygen. The key being that oxygen, which fuels the flame, makes it hotter, brighter, more sharp. Yeah, I think we're just fixing up any sharp ends that we might have. We can't have any sharp ends, especially around the opening of the piece. And now that this glass has cooled down so much, it's definitely closer or at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit now. And you can see those colors a lot better. So it looks like we have a sort of cranberry pink for the glass overall underneath. And then we have all of those chunks of color on the surface, which include green. Some colors do change a little bit as they cool down. For example, a lot of reds will look completely different when we're working with them in the hot shop, and then they'll turn back into that bright red when it cools down. So Trent is getting suited up in all of this protective clothing and eventually these Kevlar gloves, which apparently are the same material as firefighting suits. This face shield, all of this will allow him to pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe and then lean into this 900 degree Fahrenheit box to put the piece away. So we angle the pipe downward. That way the water runs down the pipe instead of onto the piece, which can crack the piece. And we'll apply some water to crack that connection enough for the piece to pop right off. So just like that, we have finished our piece, torch the bottom, get rid of those sharp ends, and let's give them a round of applause. And around the corner we go. So we have a variety of annealers in the hot shop, annealers being these large boxes on our walls and in the front. We have one around the back that we usually use when we just don't have enough room. So that means that they're planning on making a ton of pieces today. And yeah, just like that, we finished our first Andi piece. And let's see our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please. I know a lot of you haven't had a chance to see these, but again, we're making a lot of pieces that are relating to lighting or will be used as lighting today and tomorrow. And that piece that we just saw, Andi was the one who worked on it quite a bit. She's one of our visiting artists today, Andi Kovel, and also Justin Parker. He's the one in the orange shirt on the far right. So this is their work up on the screen. And they've been working together for many years. They started Esk Studio together in 1999, which is now run by Andi. And they're going to be working on collaborative pieces. They're going to be working on individual pieces during today and tomorrow. So we'll see a ton of different work made. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have, whether it be about or for the artists, about the hot shop, about the galleries. I should be able to answer any questions you have. And we are already getting started on the next piece of the center bench. So this was started, it looks like the same way as the last one, where we have a layer of color within, and then we have a layer of color almost on top of that first layer, but only covering half of it. You might be able to see up on the screen, it's almost the shape of more so a mushroom cap on the inside of the clear glass. So this is going to be blown out. It's going to be shaped into this long tapered shape. And then we're going to pick up those chunks of color like you saw with the last piece. And that is a really exciting part of the process because we're juggling so many different things in the hot shop essentially. Also, we have a lot of exciting things coming up at the Museum of Glass. If any of you are military or veterans or know anybody who's military or veteran, you guys have the chance to blow glass here at the museum at least once a week through the Hot Shop Heroes program, which I'm one of the instructors for that program, so I have more information about it if you guys are interested, but it's completely free. It's an entire session where you come in once a week for 6 to 8 weeks and you blow glass down on the floor. And then we also have some ways for kids to get involved in glass. And I actually started blowing glass at 15 through a local program here in Tacoma called Hilltop Artists. So they have after school clubs and during the day electives, all sorts of different programs that kids can partake in starting at the age of 12. And then if your kids are 12 and under, you have the chance to partake in Kids Design Glass, which is here at the museum. They can submit a drawing and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. We have an entire section of kids design glass art in the museum through Art Alley. So check that out if you're interested. I mean, you'll see it no matter what, as long as you explore the whole museum. And then if you kind of want to just dip your toes in the water and test it out, see if you even like it, we do have monthly workshops where you come on the floor and you make a single kind of hand over hand glass object. They really guide you through the process. And the next couple of months, September and October, we're making pumpkins, which are really satisfying to make. And it's a good starting project. So what we do is we let this cool down a ton. We just let it sit every once in a while. If it's getting too cold, we heat it up. If any of the glass drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then we risk cracking. So we're just trying to hover around that temperature. In the meantime, we have these really pretty large shards of colored glass that are preheating up to about 1,000 or 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this box, I believe, in the front. And they're on a tray. So we'll just pick up the tray, we'll heat them up a little bit further, and then we will pick them up on the outside of that bubble. That's what we did for the last piece. So again, it's the most satisfying part of the process. And Andi was just giving me a little bit more background on this piece. Again, Andi is the one in the picture. She's the one who's designed, is making this piece of glass. And apparently those shards of color are casting billets, or they're used for casting. So you melt them down into a mold, essentially. And she's first to use them in this way, where you're picking them up and using them in the hot shop. We just used a pipe cooler real quick, making it so that we can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass, get some leverage against it. And here we go for our next layer of clear. So we're going to gather essentially up to that divot we created in the glass. So just like that, this is all the glass we need before we pick up those shards of color. We're going to smooth this out so we have an even, solid connection with those pieces of color, which we're pulling out now. This is run over to the center bench. And it looks like the theme this time are all sorts of pinks and clear, kind of a range from dark pink to clear. Get a good glimpse of that color now, because once we start heating it up and working with it, it's really hard to tell what the final color is. So everything is running off of natural gas. And we do have a torch that we'll be using later on that's propane and oxygen. But yeah, for the most part, everything's natural gas. And this is the moment Andi picks up the bubble and rolls it over top of those shards of color to pick them up. So just like that, we now have all of our shards of color. So this is pretty heavy. I don't think I would be able to lift it very easily. I think maybe about 30 pounds of glass. But the thing is, it's the leverage that really gets you on the end of the pipe, exactly. And we're just brushing a hand broom across the surface of those pieces, making sure there's no particles sticking to them that will melt in on accident. So we are already flattening the bottom of the piece. This will end up being a very cylindrical shape, almost like a cup, where it will be open completely at the top, and then we just have a nice flat bottom. And we're using this torch just to make sure none of those shards cool down enough to crack. Since they are pretty far away from the body of the piece, they're going to get cold. And we've just brought out another shard of color. We're heating it up over at the right bench, and we'll bring it over and attach it to the side of the piece. And that's where this torch comes into play. So I mentioned this earlier. This is the propane and oxygen torch. It creates a much sharper, hotter flame. And because of that, we can work with just small amounts of glass at a time. And it's helpful for these small details. We're just flattening the bottom more with that wooden paddle. And I just want to reiterate again that this glass is hollow. The walls are just super thick, so it's kind of hard to see through those layers of color and determine whether it's even hollow to begin with. But yes, it is hollow right now. So at this point, we are going to soon attach another pipe just to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then we'll be breaking this piece off of the pipe that it's on right now. And that whole process is going to flip the orientation of the piece. It's going to allow us to open the piece up from the inside, start working with it. And again, this is going to end up being more like a cup-shaped piece of glass. It'll be a little bit of a wider opening up at the top. So Ben, over on the right in the green shirt, he is preparing that pipe that's going to be attached to the bottom. So now we attach that pipe to the bottom. We just let this connection cool down enough that it stops moving like crazy, and then we go ahead and apply some water to that divot off of the first pipe, the one that Andi is cutting at right now. This water that's applied is going to thermally shock the glass, causing cracking, enough that the piece should just pop off with the tap of the pipe. So just like that, we have transferred our piece to a different pipe. Now we can start opening it up a little bit. And welcome to everyone who's just joined in. I see a few new faces here and there. So welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on our next piece. We're just about to start opening it up a little bit. We have two visiting artists today. We have Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. She's the one at the center bench in the pink shirt, Andi, and she's the one who's designed and is working on this piece of glass now. But they are also going to be here tomorrow. And for today and tomorrow, they're going to be working on individual pieces. They're going to be working on collaborative pieces. And they're for a variety of reasons. Some of them are just personal pieces. Some of them are going into an exhibit. Some of them are commissions. So very busy days. And everyone else you see on the floor, they are our resident Hot Shop team, just in case anyone didn't know. They work here full time and they'll help visiting artists that come through, like today. So everyone on the floor, they all have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. The torching. So we use the torch to focus heat to just one area, and that can be for a couple of different reasons. In this case, We're applying extra heat to just the top half of the piece around the opening so that we can work on that area without melting everything all at once, kind of. But we can also use it to balance heat out. If one area is a little cold, then we'll heat that up as well. So yeah, it's just to focus heat to one area. And to give you an idea of the temperatures in here, by the way, that torch along with that open face furnace, they run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now you can see Andi going on the inside of the piece with those two metal blades, the jacks, and she's slowly just lifting up and opening that wall, winding the walls a little bit. We're using a wooden paddle to push against those shards of color, making sure they're sticking solidly against the surface of the piece. Then we're also using that wooden paddle to smooth and round out the lip before we move on too far. And after this process is done, or when it slows down a little bit, I have a slideshow to show off, which you'll see some of the pieces that have been finished that are this exact design. And again, our two visiting artists, Justin Parker and Andi Kovel, they have been working together for a long time, but now are starting to work more independently. Justin split off from Esk Studio, which they started together, but they still work collaboratively all the time, like today. So once this is opened up to its full size, we still have a little bit more detailing to add. They have more of these shards of color set aside, just staying warm, that they'll bring over one by one, and they'll attach almost halfway on the rim of the piece so that they're overhanging around the opening. You'll see it pretty soon, but we do have more to add to this piece. So we just brought over one of those shards now. So this small torch, same idea as that larger one. We're just heating up sections of glass at a time. But the smaller one can heat up smaller sections, of course, for even finer detail. So that's what we're using to attach those shards. And this can get pretty hot. I'm sure you could tell based off that bright blue flame, but it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think this would be a good time to show off that slideshow. If we could have it up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow playing now showing off our two visiting artists' artwork. And I'll make sure to point out specifically when we see this kind of piece on the screen, because again, we do have a photo of, I think, at least two of these finished pieces within this slideshow. Yeah, right here, those pieces. They reflect a lot of light, those colors. I guess the colors and the shapes make the piece really interesting. Thank you. So closer to the end of the piece, like we're at right now, we start using this small flame. We're heating up just the edges of some of these shards of color. I think that they don't want any sharp edges, especially near the opening of the piece. And then we also are just making sure these are solidly connected to the side of the vase. But this is the overall shape. What the colors that you see right now are pretty much the final colors as well. They pulled out these shards earlier. They were a little bit colder, and there were lots of pinks, dark pink, light pink, and then clear. So that's what we can expect to see for the final piece. So it's looking like we are at the very end of the process now, where we just start getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So we're heating up any weak points, so where those shards are connected. We're also heating up that clear glass that's connecting the pipe to the bottom of the piece. And then whenever we're ready, we apply some water to that connection, and it cracks the connection just enough to pop the piece off. And you can see Trent getting suited up over on the right. He's going to wear a bunch of protective equipment to carry this piece over around the corner to be put away to cool down. And these pieces apparently are going to have 4-day cooling cycles. It always depends on the thickness of the glass, and these pieces of glass are very thick, so they need a lot of time to cool down properly and not thermally shock during the process. So again, we're going in with a little bit of water, and then with the tap of a pipe, that piece pops off. We torch the bottom, get rid of those sharp ends that might remain, and then this piece is put away in a 900-degree Fahrenheit box to slowly cool down. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So I believe that was the last piece before our lunch break. So we will be back in about an hour from now. We'll have the official return time posted on the screen. In the meantime, that slideshow is going to pop back up while we're gone. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I want to give a quick introduction as to who we have here, what we have going on, before I jump into exactly what we're doing. So keep in mind you can ask questions at any point, of course, but we have two visiting artists in the hot shop today. We have Justin Parker and we have Andi Kovel. And Justin is the one sitting down at the center bench at the moment. Andi is the one in the pink shirt. They've been working together for a long time. They do a lot of their own individual work as well. So we're seeing a mix of things today and tomorrow. They'll be here making personal projects, commission pieces, exhibit pieces. Some of these pieces are going to be collaborative projects. Some of them are going to be individual. And the next piece that we're making is using a large amount of colored glass, which is what you just saw our artists working with at the center bench. All of that mass on the end of the pipe, that's all just solid colored glass through and through. And everyone else you see on the floor, by the way, these people are working for the museum and they help visiting artists that come through. They're acting basically as assistants today, assisting these artists in creating their work. But everyone on the floor pretty much has 20 to 30 years of experience blowing glass. And a lot of the pieces that we've been seeing today are eventually going to turn into lighting. So we'll see about this piece, what it ends up being. I would assume probably along those same lines, it'll probably be used for lighting, and it's going to be a large piece, they told me. Now, just to give you an overview of the hot shop, we are going to be using a few different pieces of equipment. This large open face furnace we're using to reheat the glass over and over and over again. It's running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass at that temperature is molten to the texture of honey. So if we were to stop turning the pipe, the glass could even drip off and onto the floor if we're not careful, which is why we're constantly moving. The silver box over there. So this silver box we're going to be using on and off as well. We've been using it to preheat and keep pieces of glass warm at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's called the garage. And so we call it the garage because we park our pipes in there. I don't know. Yeah, we're just preheating those pieces of glass. That's where we get a lot of our colored glass. We have to preheat it and then we can pick it up and start working with it. Which, speaking of color, could I have some, well, the picture of color bar, please? Hey, could I have the picture of color bar up on the screen? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen this before, this is how the color starts. We don't make it ourselves. We get it shipped in this bar form. It's called color bar. And we will take sections of it and melt it down and essentially layer it within the walls of the piece. And so that's what we're working with at the center bench here and on the far right bench at the same time. We're just melting down two different pieces of this color. Thank you. And now we have just seen them use the glass furnace. So the glass furnace, that's the tank with the closed door. You can see Gabe is just about to go inside of it there. And this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. This tank is really nice. They're very expensive. They have a giant ceramic crucible in the bottom that is filled with clear molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is where we start all of our projects. And we start rolling it on the marver being this metal table. It's just a solid slab of stainless steel on the top. So Gabe is shaping this glass. He's also technically cooling the glass wherever he's touching it to the table. And when he blows out this bubble, all of this cooling of the sides is going to push it closer to the end. So this is how we start all of our blown pieces. You can see how quickly that bubble is formed. So we have this pad that Gabe was just using for a second at the center bench. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water, and it's as close as we can get to shaping the glass with our hands. So the newspaper conforms to our hands, and then the glass will conform to the newspapers, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, we use a surprising amount of wood-based tools. And could we get a view of the right bench, please? Nice. So we, over on the right bench, are working with those two pieces of color. Again, these are our two visiting artists, Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. And what they're doing is they're taking a small amount of black glass and they're wrapping it around this really light tan color, I believe. But this is eventually going to end up looking like marble or marbling. I was just told by our visiting artist, Justin. And this is going to end up being lighting, just like I thought earlier. So it'll end up being a large cylindrical shape light. So again, we have two different things going on. These two things are going to come together. What we do is we let this clear bubble of glass cool down, and then we bring over our color completely molten and we drop it directly on top of that bubble and then kind of spread it over top. And that layers the color on top to the point that you can't see that clear glass anymore. And that makes the entire piece appear to be all that color, even though it's just a layer of it. So we can see up on the screen, this has been heated up, and Justin is taking some tweezers and twisting this glass onto itself, creating our marbling pattern. Yeah, so everyone you see on the floor, or most everyone, I think there's one singular apprentice over there, but everyone else is professional glass artists, and they all have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass. They're just acting as assistants today because we have our guest artists, but on another day when you come into the museum, like I think Friday, they're just going to have the resident team here. So everyone you see except for the visiting artists. And they will make store items. They'll work on their own commission work for the museum and do a ton of other stuff on their own. Yeah, just in case anyone else doesn't know, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have, whether it's about the artists or about the studio or any of the spaces or just glass in general. Just grab my attention and I'll come over. So all of the equipment that we're using on the walls, it's all running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, which is why your pizza would be cooked instantaneously and it would be raw in the middle, burnt on the outside. But yeah, everything's running off of natural gas. We shut off almost everything when we're done for the day. We just keep our glass furnaces on, the furnaces with the molten glass inside of them, so that way it's a consistent temperature and texture. Oh, and now we're seeing the color overlay process. We melted that color down. Again, then we just drop it on top of the clear bubble. And then we'll go through the process of heating this up, rolling and pushing it back until it covers up that clear. I just want to emphasize this is a huge amount of color that we're using. Usually we just use small sections of color like this. So actually, our tools do need maintenance every once in a while, the pipes, the tools, the tables. And so we have, I can't remember what it's called, but it's almost like this super strong alcohol that we pour on the table and then we scrub it with steel wool. And that keeps it super polished. Otherwise, you would see a little bit of tarnishing, and I'm not sure if that's necessarily terrible for the table, but yeah. And there are some things that we do that really rough the table up. So sometimes we need to physically smooth bumps and divots out. So those all run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we don't really turn them up above that, but I'm sure they can get a little hotter than that. The glass would just be really hard to control, I would imagine. You know, there is a couple of different ways I could answer your question. So, first of all, the glass blowing that you'll see in the US is based off of Italian glass blowing for the most part. We have a few of our own, like, developed terminology and tools, but for the most part, a lot of it is Italian technique and Italian terminology as well, such as punti, which comes from puntil. That's the second rod that we bring over and attach to the piece. And trying to think of other things off the top of my head, like Soffietta, another tool. But yeah. And then each artist has their own story. So every artist starts in a different way. They could randomly take a class in college. Some of them just know somebody who has a hot shop. And there's also a program here in Tacoma where I started blowing glass at the age of 15. So that's how I personally got started, and is in an after-school club, which is very rare, I will say. Yeah, so a lot of our tools, including the pipe, the table, the marver, and then a lot of our hand tools are all made out of stainless steel. And people are always surprised, but the heat only travels so far through them, so you don't really feel heat when you're holding the pipe or when you're holding the tools, as long as you're using them correctly, anyways. If you're superheating them, then they're going to be glowing red hot and basically be unusable. And look at that, we are gathering our next layer of clear. So this is just to start building up some mass for the piece, and we usually don't want our colored glass right on the surface of the piece either. So just in case anyone else noticed, I got a question about why we spray something into the furnace. So we're spraying water into the furnace, and that is to break any air bubbles that have risen up to the top of the molten glass and hopefully pop those bubbles with the water hitting them. Yeah, earlier we got a few air bubbles and we just pick them out. It's not a huge deal, but it's best to be preventative than to have to deal with it. And now we're using a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. We just keep this constantly saturated in water. That's why it has that shiny appearance. We're smoothing, evening out that fresh layer of clear. So we've gathered up our next layer of clear. Again, every time we're going to use the block after we get our fresh layer of glass. Also, did you guys just join in? I don't recognize you. So, welcome into the hot shop. I want to give you an overview as to what we have going on real quick, and if anyone has joined in the meantime and hasn't heard who's here or what we're doing, this is a good chance for you to catch up. We have two visiting artists in the hot shop today. We have Justin Parker, who is sitting and working at the center bench right now. And then we also have Andi Kovel, and she is over on the right with the pink shirt. They've been working together for many years, I think about 25 years on and off. And they are working on collaborative projects, independent projects. Some of them are commissions. Some of them are independent, like just personal projects. So we're seeing a huge variety. And right now, we are working on a bit of lighting. So this is a piece of glass that's going to be blown out into a cylinder shape. And eventually, that's going to be hooked up and I think hung as a light. And this is a really interesting piece of glass. You guys came in after we got the color, but they took a really light tan colored glass and a strand of black that they wrapped around. And then they kind of twisted and folded the color. So they got marbling in this color for the piece. Yeah, when we blow this piece out, the color will appear a lot closer to the true color. Right now it's just so hot that it's radiating light and it's looking orange. Kind of like lava. Lava's the best comparison to what we're working with in here. And feel free to ask me any questions if you guys ever have any, whether it's about the artists or about the glass or even the galleries, for example. So I was talking earlier, the heat only travels so far, but when we are working with this amount of glass, when we're gathering clear glass over and over again, and depending how deep we have to go into that tank to get that clear glass on the pipe, then that heat does start to build up in the pipe. So we just used a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And then we get started on the jack line. So we're going to squeeze this in even further later on, but we're starting this line off the end of the pipe, and that's our breaking point. So this is where we're going to take the piece off later on once we finish the overall shape. And I haven't pointed this out, but we do use these wooden paddles for more than just flattening or touching up the piece. We use them for shielding the artist's arm from that radiant heat coming off of the glass. And next we start rolling this on the marver. Again, this metal table. The marver is used to shape the glass. It's also used to cool the glass wherever it touches. And that can help control the thickness of the bubble. So now we really start to shape this glass. I think it's going to move really quick from here. We're using gravity to stretch it out. We're hanging it towards the floor. And at the same time, we have just started blowing this out. So we're going to see the patterning a lot better. The color's going to start appearing a lot more. And we're just going to blow this out like crazy, get it to its full size. And Justin is just continuing to use the newspapers to kind of guide which way it blows out and how much it's blowing out. And they do have a relatively precise measurement that they're going for, so they're going to be checking the length and the width as they continue on. To make a cylinder that has perfectly straight walls, that's this large, it's really hard to just keep a tool on the side with your hands. So instead, we use this large setup. This is a wooden slab, wooden board, there we go, slab, with a wooden board covered with wet newspaper, and we're rolling on the side of the piece, which is completely straightening out the entire length of the wall all at once. And just to share, The pipe works both ways. We can push air into the piece, but air can come back out. So while we're applying pressure, we're being careful to cover up the end of the pipe and maintain that pressure inside of the piece. But earlier in the day, if you watch our live stream, for example, you'll see we sucked air out, essentially breathing air in from the pipe to create these divots in the surface of our piece earlier, which was really interesting. So here we go again. Up in the front, we're using that setup. You can see this pretty well on the screen too if you're a little bit far away. We're starting to flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle at the same time. Yeah, we have a couple of different furnaces in the hot shop. The one with the open face that we've been using over and over, we're just using to reheat the glass until it's just workable enough or just warm enough for that specific situation. But we also have the glass furnaces. For those who haven't seen them, those are the tanks with the closed doors. You can see the glow kind of emitting from behind the doors. And that has a crucible inside of it filled with molten glass. So that's where we add our material. Yeah, however heavy a piece of glass actually is, it feels so much heavier when it's on the end of the pipe just because of the leverage that it has against you. And that's why they're all walking around like this, putting their backs into it. But yeah, we are getting there. Again, we're trying to create a cylindrical shape, so I assume eventually we'll completely flatten the end of the bubble. And for those who are just joining in, this is a very large piece of glass that is eventually going to turn into lighting. So they're probably going to put a large light bulb inside of it, light it up, hang it from the ceiling. Who knows how it'll be displayed. So yeah, we're flattening the bottom now with a wooden paddle. Double checking that measurement, making sure we're getting the size we want. Right now they're just trying to keep this piece of glass warm at the center bench. They're not really editing it too much at this moment. And in the meantime, over on the right, Ben has another pipe with some clear glass on the end. This will be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of the cylinder. And that'll allow us to break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. This is a really important step in making a blown piece, is flipping the orientation of the piece so we can work on that opposite end. I got that question earlier. I was estimating 30 or 35 pounds, maybe, but I'm not sure if my estimates are completely accurate. I'm not the one holding on to it. Yeah, the walls are maybe a little bit thicker than some people might imagine. So we attached that pipe. We then squeezed a tool right in that connection, which will make it easier to break this second pipe off later on. And then once they've determined that that connection is cooled down enough, they apply some water to the jack line, that divot, which cracks that connection enough for it to pop off. I know, it's super impressive to watch and a little bit scary, but now we have it on that second pipe. We can start heating up the opening, that front half of the piece, and then start to open it up into a full cylinder. So now that we've started heating this up, Justin goes on the inside of the piece with the jacks, slightly winding that opening. And then we are using a Sophietta, which I briefly mentioned this tool earlier, interestingly enough. But the Sophietta has a cone that will block off the opening of the piece, and then we blow into the opposite end to re-inflate the glass. We're trying to inflate the shoulder area of the piece. So Justin takes back over the heating, and they're going to be bringing this piece back up to this setup in the front, it's looking like. I think most of you saw it, but again, this is just a wooden board laid out with some wet newspaper on top to kind of protect it. And this applies even pressure to the entire wall of the piece all at once, which really helps straighten the walls out. So when we're making cylinders or cones, anything that just has that perfect straight wall, we always use that setup. So we're going to keep heating up any cold areas of the piece as well. If you wonder why we're torching the pipe or the end of the pipe, that area is the last thing going into the heat and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally cooling down quite a bit more. If anything drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or too far below that temperature, then it will start to break from thermal shock. So we just have to be careful. But it looks like we are getting ready to break this piece off now and put it away. So you'll see Trent getting suited up in this protective gear, including these really large gloves made out of Kevlar, and then also a face shield. So we literally pick this piece up off the end of the pipe and then lean into this 900 degree Fahrenheit box to put it away. And now to break the piece off, again, we just apply some water all the way to the end of the pipe and then tap the pipe to pop it off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer, this goes to rest and cool down overnight. We probably won't see that piece for a day or two as it slowly cools down inside of that box. That box's job is to prevent thermal shock. And let's pop the slideshow up on the screen, please. So for anyone that joined in partway through the process, you haven't had a chance to see this slideshow yet, which is up on the screen now. And this is just showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made work. Again, our artists have been working together for, I think it's been about 25 years now, when they first started a studio together and then just continued on collaborating. And that was a huge piece of glass. I'm sure the artists need just a few seconds to grab some water, maybe deliberate, talk about the next piece they're starting. Feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. So the visiting artists are here to make work that they've been commissioned to do or that they're going to put into an exhibit or even just personal projects. All of these are kind of a variety of those along those lines. And then everyone who's supporting them, they're working for the museum. So they get paid by the museum. They're kind of like full-time employees here, which I think it's pretty rare to have a full-time glassblowing job. Glassblowing is really expensive in general. It makes sense. These guys have a cushy job. It's so nice. And welcome into the Hot Shop to those who recently joined in. We have two visiting artists on the Hot Shop floor today. Their names are Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. And they are working over on the right bench at the moment. Andy's the one in the pink shirt, and Justin's the one sitting and working at the bench. And I actually don't know what they're going to be working on next, but these guys have been working together for about 25 years at least. And they've been working mostly on pieces relating to lighting. So eventually those pieces of glass will be lit up and strung up or mounted onto a wall or something similar. So we could expect maybe to see another piece of glass made that'll eventually be used for lighting. So this piece of glass already has a layer of color within the walls, essentially. And let's have the color bar up on the screen again, please. Thank you. So I wanted to show this off. This is how our color starts. It's called color bar. We basically break off sections of it when it's cold, and we preheat it up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we melt it down fully and layer it on top of a clear bubble. It's the best way to describe that process. So it's really just a thin layer of color within the walls of our piece. It's mostly clear glass. Thank you. And what they've done over on the right, they've blown this out into a bubble. And eventually they're going to be attaching a pipe to the end and then breaking it off of the pipe that it was blown on. And this will probably be turned into a cup that has a rounded bottom and straight walls, kind of like this right here. It's called a color cup. Very creative name. Just like how color bar is also very creative. It's a bar of color. So again, we attached that pipe to the end of the bubble. We broke it off of its original pipe, and now we can start opening this up from the inside using the jacks, those two metal blades. Again, we're just trying to get these relatively straight walls and a rounded bottom. And then at the same time, I think we'll be starting another piece of glass. Usually how we use these color cups is we'll stuff them with a bubble or solid glass to pick them up again. and have that color basically on the outside of whatever we're making. So that piece you saw moments ago, I think you're talking about the cylinder, right? The one we were making last? It had the marbling in it. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when you were here. Were you here after our lunch break or before? After? Okay. Yeah, so that turned into a large cylinder, and eventually it's going to be used for lighting. So they'll probably put a light bulb inside of it, hang it from the ceiling or something similar. Yeah, it was really cool. Well, I guess it was just a complete cylinder, so it was completely open at the top and then solid at the bottom. Yeah, we'll see how they use it, but it was for lighting. And we just placed that cup of color inside of the garage, it looks like. The garage is that large silver box right there. That just holds any piece of glass we put inside of it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I know sounds really warm, but it's just warm enough to not break from thermal shock, not enough to melt or move the glass. So to make a piece of glass, it only takes however long it takes to make the piece. So for something small like a cup, it could be as quick as 5 minutes, 15 minutes to finish the piece of glass. But the cooling process is the part that takes a long time. It has to cool for usually 12 hours or longer. So any piece that we finish and it's got regular, just thinner walls, that'll take 12 hours. But the thicker the piece, like some pieces we were making earlier today, I think they said it was up to 4 inches thick in some areas, and that's going to take 4 days to cool down. 4 full days. No, it takes too long to cool down. It takes about 12 hours to cool down. So we won't see those pieces that we made earlier today until tomorrow. At least. It might even be a couple of days for most of these pieces. And again, these visiting artists are going to be here tomorrow as well. And I haven't shared this too much today, but we do have a live stream that we run. And so if you want to check in and maybe they'll take them out during the day, then you can see the final product tomorrow, maybe in the evening. We can also rewind live streams. Just go on YouTube and you can scroll back and you can see what we made earlier. You can see that 4-inch thick piece. So I believe both of the center and the right bench, we took a small amount of colored glass, just solid color glass, melted it down, and applied it directly to the end of the blowpipe. And what this does is, it's so hard to explain. When we blow the bubble out, that means that the color is going to be directly on the surface of the inside of this cup. So if we want that exposed later on in the process, sometimes we'll do that on purpose. And that could be because the color is reactive and we want to turn it metallic with a certain flame. Very complex. Or they could just be doing something specific like making shards out of these bubbles. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. Okay, so this is going to be a crazy piece of glass. I just got a little description from one of the visiting artists, Andi. This is going to be a blown piece of glass that's actually not blown out very much. Instead, it's going to have these really thick walls with many layers of color. I think there's going to be about 3 layers of color in the end. So you remember that cup we blew earlier? We have that set aside. We're going to make one more color cup, which I think is being created over on the right. We'll see which one of these is turned into the next cup. And then the third bubble is going to just stay a bubble. It'll be stuffed inside of the smaller cup, and then it'll be stuffed inside of the larger cup to create these rings of color. And what that'll do, both doing that and leaving the walls really thick, hardly blowing it out, means that you'll be able to see those distinct rings in the glass, almost like looking at tree rings. But you could think of the piece as more of like a vase, I guess, if you have to put a label on it. But yeah. So that's what we can expect to see. I have no idea what the colors are so far, but they all look like transparent colors, so we should be able to see those other layers within. Sorry? It's going to be, if you need to put a label on it, you could call it a vase, but it's just going to be a piece that has really thick walls, and it's going to have layers of color inside of it, almost like tree rings. It's the best way to describe it. Yeah, I'm not sure if anyone joined in recently, but again, we have two visiting artists, Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. Andi is the one in the pink shirt over on the right, and then Justin's the one in the orange shirt at the center bench. And they're going to be here tomorrow too, continuing to work on their variety of projects. So one place that's compared to the Museum of Glass here in Tacoma is the Corning Museum of Glass, which is kind of by New York. I mean, it's in New York, just not New York City. Yeah, it's kind of far away. But they have tons of hot shops, apparently. They have, I think I heard 6 hot shops, and some of them you can view just like this. So we are stuffing our first cup. Again, we should be stuffing at least 2 cups during this process. So now we have 2 layers of color for this piece, and soon to be 3. So the visiting artists, they get to keep all the pieces that they make. Yeah, they're the ones that have designed the pieces, and everyone around them is basically acting as assistants. Which everyone around them, in case you didn't know, these people work for the Museum of Glass full time, and so they'll help visiting artists that come through, but they do also have other jobs like making store items and doing museum commissions, tons of different things that you could think of. So now we have 2 different things going on at the same time. Over on the right, they've just attached a pipe to the end of that bubble, and they're about to break that bubble off from its original blowpipe. So now they can open that up into another cup. And at the center bench, we have heated this glass up. We're rolling it on the marver, this metal table, to smooth that seam out where it was the cup and the bubble being connected. We want everything to be smooth and flush. And now I believe we're just letting this cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear. We want these layers of color to be suspended and clear so you can distinctly see those different layers. We just sprayed a little bit of water into the furnace. If anyone was curious about that, we do this to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. I'm not sure about hot air balloons, but everything that we use so far is running off of natural gas. So the furnace, the whole, the torch. We will be using another torch later on, possibly, that runs off of propane and oxygen. But yeah, for the most part, mostly natural gas. And next we're using this pad. You can see this a little bit better on the screen. This pad is just folded up newspaper that we've splashed with some water, and it's as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. At the same time, we're protecting Justin's arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece by using those wooden paddles. That's what we use those for the most part, if not flattening certain areas of the piece. So we've just knocked off one more of those color cups, set upright into a heated ring, and then we stuff our bubble inside of that cup as well. Picking up our third layer of color. Now, there's plenty of angular pieces made out of glass as long as you are applying pressure to multiple sides of the piece at the same time, then it'll end up being more square. Or you can use a literal mold as well. You can blow glass into a mold and that will create a more square shape for you as well. There's somebody who makes matchsticks that comes in every once in a while, and he uses this really tall metal mold that he blows a really long bubble inside of to get the body of the matchstick. It's really satisfying. So we're heating up specifically this overhang where the cup isn't touched down to the side of the bubble. That's why this torch is important. We can use it to apply extra heat to areas that are a little bit too cold, or maybe just one area that we want to focus on versus heating up the entire thing, which we still need to do every once in a while to make sure the piece isn't getting too cold overall. I think this is a piece that they've made in the past. Yeah. So it's something at least our visiting artists are more so well versed in. The people who are assisting them, though, not so much. Yeah, there's certain teams that you more so consistently work with, and our two visiting artists work together quite a bit, but they hop around from studio to studio. Could I have the slide of the color bar, please? So this is how our color starts off. This is what's most commonly used anyways, but there are other forms of color. You can use basically these shards of colored glass called frit, which create a speckled appearance for the final piece. You can use a powder, which if left slightly unmelted will leave a texture behind that's almost sandy. It's really interesting. We saw that last week. And then this, when layered in the walls of the piece, makes the piece appear to be solidly one color, just very smooth and even across the entire piece. But in reality, it's a thin layer of color sandwiched in the walls. Which, could I have the color overlay slide too, please? Thank you. So this is an example right here. This is what we've essentially done for the color cups themselves. So we have a thin layer of color. It's mostly clear glass. And then again, we have at least 3 layers of color in this final piece right here. Thank you. So that is a really good question. To make this is really interesting. The different colors have different metals and metal oxides mixed into just kind of a clear glass mixture. So an example would be, I always like to bring this up. Statue of Liberty is made out of copper, and when that copper oxidizes or reacts with the oxygen in the air, it starts to turn that blue-green color. And if we were to mix that into glass, we would get a blue-green glass. But different metals and oxides will react with each other when they touch. So if we were to try to create a piece that's red and white, if we put the red and white right on top of each other, it's going to turn this weird kind of orange, ambery, brown color, depending on the exact reds and whites that are used, just because they're reacting when they touch each other. So usually we'll have a layer of clear in between the colors whenever we work with different colors, regardless of whether we're going for this specific technique or not. Because again, this piece we want those distinct layers, so we're adding a little extra clear glass in between the layers, but usually it would just be a thin layer of clear that's not really discernible. And yeah, glass doesn't really flow together when we're working with it on the end of the pipe like this. It's just not hot enough to. It's more so moving like a taffy or a putty. So it's all just suspended in there and staying in that place that we originally put it. So technically you can use any glass to make art. You just have to make sure not to mix those glasses together. So if you are working with a glass that you use to make beads, for example, for jewelry, and then you have hot shop glass, they're incompatible. They have different coefficients of expansion. So if you use them together, they crack apart or even as violently as explode away from each other. I've used two glasses that are different on accident together one time on the torch. And you can use things like you'll see in flameworking studios. Flameworking is a table-mounted torch, smaller scale glass art. They take bottles and they'll heat up the top part of them, like the neck, and they'll make a dragon head or they'll make a flower. And it's just something that's fun and for practice, but usually not an official piece. This glass, that we use is a very precise mixture. It's a soda lime glass with a little bit of lithium to make it extra soft. So we don't mix anything else into it in this hot shop anyways. So I think that the way that they make a ship in a bottle is they actually assemble the ship inside of the bottle. But it'd be really cool if, and you will actually see this in some hot shops sometimes, is they'll make a blown piece and they'll stick a piece inside of it and then they'll close it off most of the way or all the way, like the opening of it. But when it comes to any organic material, that's going to burn up, so you can't do that inside the hot shop, like wood inside. It would just be ash by the time you're done. So yeah, that's more of like they assemble the boat piece by piece very carefully inside of the bottle. So it looks like we're creating another color cup over on the right bench. This one's definitely not for this piece in particular. It's way too small. But maybe they're just getting some prep work done for the next piece, getting started while they have a lot of time. Yeah, and you guys were here earlier, but I don't think you saw this piece in particular. So I just want to explain again, this piece is going to end up being really thick walled, and it's going to have all these layers of color inside of it to the point that you should be able to see almost tree-like rings. I think there's 3 colors in the final piece, so that's what we'll see with this one. It's almost like a vase. It'll be blown, but not very much. The walls will stay really thick. So these pieces vary in weight, and it just depends on how much they want to work with at this moment. Andy was telling me earlier that these pieces that are this style are usually between 30 and 50 pounds of glass. Yeah, it's going to be a big piece. Yeah, next, Justin is using the jacks, which are those 2 metal blades, to kind of squeeze off the end of the pipe, just starting the jack line. If you guys don't know, the jack line is basically a divot that becomes our breaking point, and we break the entire piece off of that line later on. So they've just gone to a pipe cooler. It's a trough of water that they set the pipe down into. And yeah, you can tell this is a lot of glass that we're already working with. We oftentimes have to cool the pipe down when we're working with these larger amounts of glass. That heat does start to travel towards the artist's hands. In these gloves, it looks like this glove is actually more so for gripping the pipe better and getting some good leverage and some good grip to be able to turn the pipe rather than it being heat protection. So eventually we're going to be breaking this piece off from that line right there. I think that might be kind of what you're asking. And the way we break it off is by shocking the connection, essentially cracking it with a little bit of water. But that's not going to happen for a little while still. Also, I hope I haven't missed any questions so far or anything, but again, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'm trying to keep a good lookout on both sides of the hot shop. So these artists, usually visiting artists, will take everything home. People who have a full residency here for like an entire week, 5 days, they will donate a piece to our annual auction. But these guys are just here for a couple of days, and they are making all specifically personal projects, commission pieces. So they're going to a variety of spots, but a lot of them are predetermined. And we've just gathered another layer of clear. Yeah, the longest part of the process usually is just getting all the material we need for the piece. And then when we start blowing it out and shaping it, that's like the second half of the process or the last third of the process, depending on how quick it is from there. But yeah, this is going to take a while just to get all of those layers upon layers of clear. It's just because we have to let that previous layer cool down, and the thicker it gets, the longer that takes. And then right away we smooth out this fresh layer of clear, again using the newspapers. So we're using this wooden board in the front. This has some wet newspaper over top of it, which is supposed to help prevent it from burning up too much. But this is just such a thick walled piece. The air bubble is tiny in there. This is mostly just solid. But yeah, we used this setup to straighten out the walls all in one go and also flatten the bottom at the same time. And now we'll start blowing this out just a little bit more. Really controlled breath. People are always surprised at how little effort it takes to blow out a piece of glass. This one has thicker walls. It's probably going to be a little harder. But you want to be careful not to overexpand your piece of glass. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I do have some just general facts. We in the US use a lot of Italian glassblowing techniques and terms and tools and everything. So all of our glassblowing is developed off of Italian glassblowing, which a lot of you may know this already, but Murano, Italy is very well known for its glass art, or Venice, Italy. Both of them. Sometimes we even go a little bit late. It just happens. You can't just stop a piece of glass. So, but I think that we'll be able to make it. I mean, it's not even 4:10 yet. We have plenty of time. Also, for those who just joined in, if you'd like to hear what we're working on and who's here today, I'm about to give another little reintroduction. So we have two visiting artists here today. Their names are Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. And we have Justin right here in the orange shirt. And we have Andi over in the pink shirt in the back, opening the door in the back. So it's a little bit hard to describe this piece, but I want to describe the final product to you real quick. So this piece has at least 3 layers of color in the wall from these color cups. What we've done is we've stuffed this cup with a bubble of glass inside, And we've just done that over and over 3 times. And when we look at the cross section of this piece later on, when it's finished, we should be able to see those layers of color. I think that's kind of the idea of the finished product. So this piece is so thick that it'll probably take about 4 days to cool down properly. I know, it's shocking. A piece that's just regular thin walls will probably take about 12 hours to cool down, so usually an overnight cycle. And then the thicker and thicker it gets, the longer it takes. I think I heard someone say the Hubble Space Telescope took 3 months to cool down or something crazy. Yeah, so this piece is going to change colors when it cools down. We might not be able to see those colors at all with how thick and how hot it is, but we have 3 different layers of color. I know one of them is a light pinkish purple, and one of them is a transparent green within that, but I can't remember, or I don't know the final smallest layer of color on the very inside. I think it might be a pink or something, just for contrast. Yeah, so Trent has a lot of this protective equipment that he's going to put on. This is all so that we can pick up the piece of glass and put it away when we're finished. So whenever you see somebody getting suited up, that means that we're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. Don't worry, you still have plenty of time. It's only 4:15, not 6:15. So we're going to break this off around the corner. That's because we have specifically an annealer that we're putting our 4-day cool down pieces inside of so that we don't have to take up the space in these other ones and then leave them for 4 days. But yeah, it's a lot like this box on the wall here called an annealer. And it's going to keep that piece of glass warm, and then eventually slowly cool all that glass down again for 4 days total for this piece in particular. And there you just heard the tap of the pipe. That means they've broken it off. They'll place it inside that box, and we are done. And let's have our slideshow up on the screen, please. Yeah, so those really bright, chunky pieces that you just saw on the screen, those are really interesting. We made 2 of those earlier today, and they're just so satisfying. They remind me of candy. I want to eat them. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you. Right, I understand what you're saying. I just don't know what you're talking about. Like, what, the piece they just made or the one on the screen? The one on the screen, okay. Yeah, no, I thought it looked like candy, like to eat. The colorful ones, the super chunky, colorful ones. Like a gummy bear, almost. They remind me of gummy bears for some reason. I just think about food a lot. That's who I am. Well, we'll be here till 5, so feel free to stop by anytime. So I just wanted to welcome you guys into the hot shop and let you know what we're working on real quick. I'm not sure if you were here for the last one of these, a little bit of this specific one. Were you here after the lunch break? Okay, okay. Okay, I see. So, yeah, we're still continuing to work on this piece. Again, the way that we start is we create some of these cups with these rounded bottoms and straight walls. And so we've stuffed a bubble inside of that cup. And we now have 2 layers of color. So we should do that one more time and we'll have 3 layers of color from these different cups. And these are all transparent colors, so in the end you'll be able to see through them, but also see the individual layers of color because we're going to be leaving the walls thick. We're not going to be blowing it out very much. And feel free to ask me any questions that you guys might have. Super small audience, so you have my full attention. So again, that was our 3rd layer of color, and I think our final layer of color. And pretty soon here, we'll just start gathering layer after layer of clear glass, build up some mass for the piece, and then very slightly blow the piece out. It'll end up being a very cylindrical shape in the end before we break it off and put it away. And I've noticed a lot of Justin's pieces, Justin's the one in the orange shirt who's working with this piece of glass, he has been breaking them off of the pipe and then just putting them straight away. A lot of pieces you see in the hot shop, though, are usually broken off onto a different pipe, and then we work on the opposite end, such as like a cup. We attach a pipe to the bottom, and then we open up this end to finish it off. So yeah, just a little bit of a different style that we're seeing. And after we get a layer of clear, we usually will just immediately start shaping that clear glass out, pushing it around the solid core of the previous layer. Just kind of evening that glass out before we move on. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Feel free to hang out wherever you like, but we are working on the last piece of the day. This is going to be a really thick walled vase, essentially. I think it's eventually going to be used for lighting. Yeah, we're visiting artists. We have two of them, Justin Parker and Andi Kovel. And Andy's right behind me in the pink shirt. Justin is the one in the orange shirt. And he's been making a lot of lighting today, so eventually these pieces are strung up and a light bulb is put inside of them, or they're mounted somewhere with a light. And these are by far probably the heaviest pieces of the day. They are using a ton of glass. Andy told me when they've made these pieces before, they end up being 30 to 50 pounds individually. Yeah, we just got started on the jack line. The jack line is a divot that we create off the end of the pipe and eventually break the entire piece off from. So this is created before we even finish blowing the piece out, I will mention. So we still have a little ways to go.